Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
15 Stoic questions that will change your life forever. Have you ever wondered if a single question could change the trajectory of your life? In a world full of answers, it's the right questions that often hold the power to transform our existence. Drawing from the timeless wisdom of the Stoics, I've compiled 15 profound questions that can guide you towards a more intentional, meaningful, and fulfilling life. These questions are not just reflective exercises. They are powerful tools that can shape your actions, refine your character, and lead you to a life of purpose and resilience. Join me as we delve into these transformative inquiries and unlock the potential within you to live a life guided by wisdom and virtue. Number 1. What would my best self do? In every situation, envisioning your ideal self can serve as a powerful guide. This question compels you to transcend your immediate impulses and consider a higher standard of conduct. The Stoics teach that our character is the sum of our actions, repeated over time. By consistently asking what your best self would do, you align your actions with your values, fostering integrity and growth. This practice can help you navigate challenges with wisdom and resilience. It transforms moments of weakness into opportunities for strength and virtue. Envisioning your best self allows you to act with honor, patience, and courage, even in adversity. This question is not about perfection, but about striving to be better, making incremental progress towards your ideal. In doing so, you cultivate a life of purpose and meaning, guided by the virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. The path to becoming your best self is continuous, requiring constant reflection and effort, but it leads to a deeply fulfilling life. Number 2, how are you measuring your life? Our lives are often defined by the metrics we choose to measure success. Hillel's wisdom, if I am not for myself, who is for me? And if I am only for myself, what am I? Prompts introspection about our motivations. Are you driven by external accolades or internal fulfillment? True Stoic wisdom lies in valuing personal growth, meaningful relationships, and contributions to society over transient achievements. By asking how you measure your life, you prioritize what truly matters. Are you seeking fame and fortune, or are you focused on making a difference? This question helps you align your daily actions with your deeper values, ensuring that your pursuits bring genuine satisfaction. The Stoic path encourages self-examination and the pursuit of a life well lived, where success is defined by virtue and wisdom rather than material gain. Reflecting on this question regularly can steer you away from superficial goals, guiding you towards a life of purpose, integrity, and lasting impact. Number 3, what can I learn from this? Life is replete with challenges and setbacks, but within each lies a valuable lesson. Asking yourself what you can learn from any situation fosters a growth mindset, turning adversities into opportunities for development. The Stoics believed that every experience, no matter how difficult, contributes to our personal evolution. By embracing this perspective, you transform pain into wisdom, mistakes into insights, and failures into stepping stones towards success. This question encourages resilience and adaptability, essential traits for navigating life's unpredictability. It shifts your focus from lamenting your circumstances to understanding and growing from them. This mindset not only enhances your problem-solving skills, but also strengthens your character, making you more robust in the face of future challenges. By consistently seeking lessons in every experience, you cultivate a life of continuous improvement and profound wisdom, embodying the Stoic ideal of turning obstacles into opportunities for growth. Number 4. Does this actually matter? Marcus Aurelius urged us to ask if what we're engaged in is essential. Much of our distress arises from investing time and energy into trivial matters. This question helps us distinguish the significant from the insignificant, ensuring our efforts are directed towards what truly matters. In the grand scheme, many concerns that consume us are fleeting and inconsequential. By regularly asking this question, you cultivate a sense of perspective, focusing on what will have lasting impact. This Stoic practice encourages you to let go of pettiness and distractions, allowing you to dedicate yourself to meaningful pursuits. It's a powerful reminder to prioritize your values, relationships and goals over transient worries and superficial engagements. Adopting this mindset helps you lead a more focused, purposeful life, where your actions and thoughts are aligned with your deepest principles. This reflective practice, rooted in Stoic wisdom, ensures that you live intentionally, investing in what truly enriches your life and the lives of others. Number 5, is this who I want to be? Every action, big or small, contributes to the person you become. This question urges you to consider whether your current behavior aligns with your ideal self. Cheryl Strayed wisely noted, "You're becoming who you're going to be, so you might as well not be an asshole." The Stoics emphasized that our character is forged in the crucible of our daily choices. By asking if your actions reflect the person you aspire to be, you hold yourself accountable to your highest standards. This introspection encourages integrity and consistency, ensuring that your deeds are in harmony with your values. It's a call to act with honor, compassion, and wisdom, even when it's difficult. This question reminds you that greatness is not an abstract ideal, but a daily practice. By aligning your actions with your ideals, you build a life of authenticity and virtue, embodying the Stoic principle that how we do anything is how we do everything. Number 6, who are you spending time with? The people we surround ourselves with significantly influence our character and life path. Gertrude Stein once said, "Show me who you spend time with, and I will tell you who you are." Seneca advised seeking the company of those who elevate us. By evaluating your social circle, you can determine whether your relationships are fostering growth or holding you back. Are your friends and colleagues supporting your journey towards your goals, or are they averaging you down? This question may lead to difficult decisions about whom to distance yourself from and whom to draw closer to. Surrounding yourself with positive, inspiring individuals can propel you towards your aspirations, while negative influences can stagnate or derail your progress. This Stoic inquiry encourages you to cultivate relationships that enrich your life and support your pursuit of wisdom and virtue. By consciously choosing your companions, you create an environment conducive to personal growth and fulfillment. Number 7, what am I missing by choosing to worry or be afraid? Fear and worry can cloud our judgment and drain our energy. Gavin de Becker, in his book The Gift of Fear, advises us to question what we might be overlooking when consumed by these emotions. The Stoics teach that while it's natural to feel fear or anxiety, it's crucial not to let these emotions dictate our actions. By asking what you might be missing, you shift your focus from the negative to the proactive. This question encourages you to identify opportunities and solutions that fear might otherwise obscure. It helps you reclaim your cognitive resources, directing them towards constructive action rather than paralyzing worry. This Stoic practice fosters resilience and clarity, enabling you to navigate challenges with a calm and focused mind. By recognizing the potential for growth and learning in every situation, you transform fear into a catalyst for improvement, embodying the Stoic principle of using adversity as a stepping stone to greater wisdom. Number 8, are you being present? Mindfulness is a cornerstone of Stoic practice. Being fully present in each moment allows you to experience life more deeply and authentically. The Stoics believed that the present moment is all we truly have, as the past is gone and the future is uncertain. By asking yourself if you are being present, you bring your attention back to the here and now. This question encourages you to engage fully with your current activities and interactions, enhancing your experiences and relationships. It helps you appreciate the beauty and significance of each moment, rather than being distracted by regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. This practice cultivates a sense of peace and fulfillment as you become more attuned to your surroundings and more connected to the people around you. By embracing the present moment, you embody the Stoic wisdom of living fully and intentionally, finding joy and purpose in the now. Number 9, is this in my control? Epictetus emphasized the importance of distinguishing between what we can control and what we cannot. Much of our frustration comes from trying to manage the uncontrollable. By asking if something is within your control, you direct your energy towards actions that can make a difference. This question fosters a sense of empowerment and clarity, helping you focus on your thoughts, actions, and responses, things that are truly within your domain. It frees you from the futile effort of worrying about external circumstances, allowing you to maintain your inner peace. This Stoic principle teaches that while we cannot control events, we can control our attitudes and actions. By consistently asking this question, you cultivate a mindset of proactive resilience, directing your efforts towards positive, constructive outcomes. This practice helps you navigate life's uncertainties with wisdom and composure, embodying the Stoic ideal of focusing on what you can change and accepting what you cannot. Number 10. Who is this for? Understanding the purpose behind your actions is crucial for meaningful work. This question encourages you to consider who will benefit from your efforts. Are you creating for yourself, for recognition, or for the betterment of others? The Stoics believed in living for the common good, finding purpose in serving others. By asking who your work is for, you ensure that your actions are aligned with a higher purpose. This perspective fosters empathy and connection, reminding you that your contributions can have a significant impact on those around you. It helps you move beyond self-centered motivations, aligning your efforts with a greater cause. This Stoic inquiry promotes a sense of duty and responsibility, guiding you towards actions that are not only personally fulfilling, but also beneficial to others. By keeping this question in mind, you enhance the quality and impact of your work, living a life of purpose and service. Number 11. Will this be a live time or dead time? Robert Greene posed this question to Ryan Holiday when he was contemplating his career path. It asks whether you will use your time actively and productively, live time, or passively and wastefully, dead time. This question is particularly relevant during periods of waiting or transition. The Stoics emphasize the importance of making the most of every moment, recognizing that our time is finite. By asking this question, you ensure that even seemingly idle periods are used for growth and improvement. It encourages you to seize opportunities for learning, reflection, and action, rather than allowing time to slip by unproductively. This Stoic practice promotes a proactive mindset, where every moment is valued and utilized to its fullest potential. By consistently choosing live time over dead time, you cultivate a life of continuous progress and fulfillment, embodying the Stoic ideal of making the most of your precious time. Number 12. What is the most important thing to you? Knowing your priorities is essential for a focused and meaningful life. Seneca spoke of euthymia, the state of knowing your path and not being distracted by others' journeys. By identifying what is most important to you, you can ensure that your actions and decisions are aligned with your deepest values and goals. This question helps you avoid the trap of chasing superficial achievements and instead focus on what truly matters. It guides you toward a life of purpose and balance, where your efforts are directed towards your core priorities. This Stoic inquiry encourages clarity and intention, helping you navigate distractions and stay true to your path. By regularly reflecting on what is most important to you, you create a life that is rich in meaning and fulfillment, grounded in the values and relationships that matter most. This practice embodies the Stoic wisdom of living in harmony with your principles and aspirations. Number 13, to be or to do. This profound question, posed by the strategist John Boyd, challenges you to consider whether you want to achieve genuine impact or merely seek recognition. The Stoics valued actions over appearances, emphasizing the importance of substance over superficiality. By asking whether you aim to be important or to do important things, you focus on meaningful accomplishments rather than external validation. This question encourages humility and dedication, reminding you that true success lies in your contributions and efforts, not in the accolades you receive. It fosters a mindset of quiet excellence, where the focus is on making a difference rather than seeking praise. This Stoic principle promotes integrity and purpose, guiding you towards actions that have lasting value. By prioritizing doing over being, you cultivate a life of authentic achievement and impact, embodying the Stoic ideal of valuing substance over show. Number 14. What does your ideal day look like? Seneca reminded us that a life is made up of days, and how we spend each day determines the quality of our life. By envisioning your ideal day, you create a blueprint for a fulfilling life. This question encourages you to design your days intentionally, focusing on activities that align with your values and goals. It helps you prioritize your time, ensuring that you spend it on what truly matters rather than being swept up in distractions and obligations. By regularly reflecting on what makes an ideal day, you can make conscious choices that bring you closer to your vision of a good life. This Stoic practice promotes intentionality and mindfulness, guiding you towards a life of balance and purpose. By knowing what an ideal day looks like for you, you create a framework for living in harmony with your deepest aspirations, embodying the Stoic wisdom of designing a life of meaning and joy. Number 15. Are you doing your job? In any organization or life situation, understanding and fulfilling your role is crucial. This question, often emphasized by leaders like Bill Belichick, asks whether you are focusing on your responsibilities or getting distracted by others' tasks. The Stoics believed in the importance of duty and the value of doing one's job well. By asking if you are doing your job, you ensure that your efforts are directed towards your responsibilities, maintaining focus and accountability. This question encourages discipline and dedication, reminding you to prioritize your tasks and contribute effectively. It helps you avoid the pitfalls of comparison and distraction, allowing you to excel in your role. This Stoic inquiry promotes a sense of duty and excellence, guiding you towards consistent, high-quality performance. By regularly asking if you are doing your job, you cultivate a mindset of responsibility and integrity, embodying the Stoic ideal of fulfilling your duties with diligence and honor. These 15 questions hold the power to reshape your life, guiding you towards greater wisdom, purpose, and fulfillment. By regularly reflecting on them, you can navigate life's challenges with clarity and intention, becoming the person you aspire to be. If you found value in these insights and are eager for more wisdom to enhance your journey, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Join our community and let's continue this journey towards a wiser, more intentional life together. Share your thoughts in the comments and let's keep the conversation going. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more life-changing wisdom.
Life is a strange and chaotic journey, isn't it? You wake up one morning with a plan, a purpose, or at least you think you have one. And by lunchtime, the chaos of the world has left you adrift. I've seen it countless times. Good, hard-working people feeling lost, unsure of why they're doing what they're doing, questioning whether their lives have any real meaning. I've been there myself. But here's the thing. The chaos isn't the problem. The problem is our reaction to it. That's where Stoicism becomes your guiding light. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest thinkers in human history, wasn't just some philosopher cloistered away from reality. He was an emperor, leading a crumbling empire, battling constant wars, personal tragedy, and the weight of an entire civilization on his shoulders. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When I first came across those words, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Here was a man facing struggles far greater than mine, yet he found clarity, purpose, and strength, not by controlling the chaos around him, but by mastering himself. He understood that meaning isn't something handed to you, it's something you construct. It's built brick by brick, decision by decision, on the foundation of what you value most deeply. Think of the last time life threw you off course. Maybe it was a bad relationship, a lost job, or a crushing disappointment. Ask yourself, did you focus on what was within your control, or did you let the chaos overwhelm you? That's the question Stoicism forces us to answer. And in that answer lies the first step toward reclaiming your purpose. Let's start with a simple question. What is Stoicism? Too often people misinterpret it as cold detachment or emotionless endurance, as if the Stoics were robots shrugging off life's challenges, but nothing could be further from the truth. Stoicism is about engagement with life, not avoidance. It's about becoming the best version of yourself in the face of adversity. Think about it. Life doesn't come with a user manual, does it? We stumble, we make mistakes, and we suffer. The ancient Stoics knew this. They didn't live in a utopia where everything went their way. They lived in a world as messy as ours. Seneca, for example, was exiled by a paranoid emperor, and Epictetus was born a slave. Yet these men didn't wallow in self-pity. They didn't point fingers at the unfairness of life. They asked, what can I do right now with the circumstances I've been given? Stoicism starts with one powerful idea. There are things in life you can control, and there are things you can't. That's it. It sounds simple, but think about how often we obsess over things outside our control. The weather ruins our plans, a friend lets us down, or a project at work doesn't go the way we hoped. We rage, we despair, we spiral. But the Stoics remind us, you have a choice. You can let these things dominate you, or you can focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your character. That's where your freedom lies. Marcus Aurelius didn't try to rewrite fate. He wrote himself into a better version of it. And that's the challenge for you. Not to change the world around you, but to master the world within. Only then can you begin to unlock your purpose. Now, let's break down Stoicism into 3 core principles that will help you build a purposeful life. These aren't abstract ideas, they're tools, practical, actionable, and proven over centuries. First, control and acceptance. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control, and it's as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. Think of all the energy we waste trying to control things beyond our reach, other people's opinions, outcomes of events, or even random acts of nature. It's madness. Epictetus put it plainly. Some things are up to us, and some are not. Focus on what's up to you, your choices, your actions, your mindset. Everything else? Let it go. Second, living in accordance with nature. This doesn't mean hugging trees, though that's not a bad idea. It means aligning your life with your innate purpose and the greater good of the world. Each of us has unique strengths, passions, and responsibilities. Purpose comes from embracing them. Ask yourself, are you doing what you're meant to do? Are you contributing, growing, and living authentically? When you are, life feels meaningful. When you're not, it feels empty. The Stoics knew this. Third, the 4 virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Wisdom to know what matters, courage to face your fears, justice to treat others fairly, temperance to avoid excess. These aren't just noble ideals, they're the pillars of a purposeful life. When you make decisions rooted in these virtues, you're living in alignment with your highest potential. Stoicism isn't meant to be read, it's meant to be lived. Here are 4 practical strategies to bring Stoicism into your daily life and unlock your purpose. 1. Morning reflection. Start your day with intention. Marcus Aurelius would mentally prepare himself by anticipating obstacles, writing, "Today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." By expecting challenges, you'll respond to them with calm and purpose, instead of being blindsided. 2. Journaling. Every evening write down what you did well and where you fell short. Reflect on whether your actions aligned with your values. Over time, this practice will help you refine your decisions and stay focused on your purpose. 3. Voluntary discomfort. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. Skip a meal, take a cold shower, or try something new that scares you. This builds resilience and gratitude for what you already have. 4. Gratitude and perspective. When faced with difficulties, step back and see the bigger picture. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." Hardships are opportunities for growth. Life is full of trials, isn't it? And when they come, we're tempted to label them as obstacles, barriers that block our progress. But the Stoics challenge us to see things differently. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the very thing you perceive as blocking your path is often the path itself. Think about the last time you faced a major challenge. Maybe you lost a job, struggled in a relationship, or battled self-doubt. In those moments, it's easy to feel defeated. But here's the truth. Those struggles are your training ground. They're the crucible where your character is forged. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Every difficulty is a hidden opportunity to grow, to become more resilient, and to move closer to your purpose. The Stoics didn't avoid challenges. They embraced them. They understood that life's trials are not interruptions to our journey, but integral to it. Your obstacles don't define you. Your response to them does. And when you choose to face them with courage and purpose, you turn adversity into an ally. We live in an age of constant distraction. Social media, consumerism, and endless comparisons pull us in 100 different directions. It's easy to feel like you're running in circles, chasing things that don't truly matter. But Stoicism offers clarity. The Stoics teach us that purpose comes from within, not from the approval of others or material success. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Reflect on how you spend your time. Are you focused on what aligns with your core values, or are you caught up in fleeting pursuits? Finding purpose doesn't mean making a dramatic life change overnight. It means making small, intentional choices that align with what truly matters to you. If you value family, make time for them. If you value creativity, carve out space to create. Purpose isn't a destination. It's a daily practice of living in accordance with your values. Let's make this real. Grab a pen or simply reflect for a moment. Write down 3 values that matter most to you. Think deeply. What principles guide your decisions? Examples might include honesty, compassion, or growth. Next, identify one way you can embody each of these values today. Be specific. For example, if you value honesty, commit to having an open conversation you've been avoiding. Finally, choose one small action you'll take immediately. Remember, purpose isn't found in grand gestures, but in consistent, meaningful steps. This exercise isn't about finding all the answers right now. It's about starting a conversation with yourself, one that will guide your actions moving forward. The Stoics remind us that life is a series of choices. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that defines your character and your purpose. Purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you create by aligning your actions with your values. I'll leave you with the words of Marcus Aurelius. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. You are part of something vast and beautiful, and your life has meaning because you choose to give it meaning. Take what you've learned today and start small. Reflect, act, and grow. The obstacle is the way, and the way leads to purpose.
A lack of friends indicates what? Have you ever felt the sting of loneliness, wondering why meaningful friendships seem so elusive? In a world bustling with social media connections, the lack of true friends can be a perplexing and painful experience. What if the answer lies not in the quantity of people around you, but in the depths of ancient wisdom? In this video, we delve into the timeless teachings of Stoicism to uncover the profound truths about friendships. We'll explore how trust issues, social skills, and life circumstances intertwine to shape our social world. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we will reveal practical strategies to build authentic and meaningful relationships, even in the face of modern challenges. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, guided by the principles of Stoic wisdom. Let's uncover how a lack of friends might be more about the invisible barriers within us and how we can break free from them to cultivate deeper, more fulfilling connections. Number 1, mental well-being. In the intricate dance of human connections, our mental well-being plays a pivotal role. Stoic philosophy offers profound insights for those grappling with mental health challenges that hinder the formation of friendships. The Stoics emphasize the interconnectedness of the mind and body, recognizing that a healthy mind contributes to a flourishing life, including the capacity to form and nurture friendships. When facing conditions like anxiety or depression, Stoics advocate developing resilience through philosophical practices. This involves cultivating inner strength that enables individuals to navigate the ebb and flow of emotions, fostering a stable foundation for both personal well-being and social connections. Mindfulness and meditation are integral to Stoic practices, helping individuals manage mental health by practicing present moment awareness. This allows them to confront and overcome negative thought patterns, enabling more authentic social interactions. Stoicism champions tranquility as an ultimate goal. Those navigating mental health challenges can find solace in Stoic principles prioritizing inner peace. By embracing Stoic virtues, individuals forge a path to tranquility, creating an environment conducive to cultivating and sustaining meaningful friendships. A Stoic approach to mental well-being thus serves as a guiding light, leading to deeper, more resilient connections. Number 2, common human values. In the tapestry of human relationships, common values, emotions, and experiences form the foundation upon which genuine connections are built. Stoicism encourages us to focus on these universal aspects, transcending specific interests to forge meaningful bonds. While individual interests may differ, the Stoic approach emphasizes the shared human condition, highlighting the importance of empathy and understanding. By embracing the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, we learn to appreciate the diversity of human interests. This perspective fosters tranquility and allows us to see differences as opportunities for growth rather than barriers. Stoics advocate for adaptability, encouraging us to step out of our comfort zones and explore new passions, thereby expanding our horizons and potential for friendships. In social interactions, emphasizing shared values such as honesty, integrity, and compassion can bridge gaps created by differing interests. This Stoic focus on virtues helps build trust and mutual respect, essential elements for enduring relationships. By nurturing these foundational elements, we cultivate connections that withstand the test of time, enriching our journey through life. Number 3, life as a journey. Imagine life as a journey where each person is an island, and friendships are the bridges connecting these individual universes. This metaphor beautifully encapsulates the Stoic view of human connections. A lack of friendships can often signify not just the absence of company, but a deeper issue of trust, creating invisible barriers between us. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. As we navigate this journey, the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our path. Trust is the bedrock of these relationships, and its absence can lead to isolation and loneliness. Thus, cultivating trust becomes essential in building these vital bridges. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who value and positively contribute to our lives. Genuine connections are formed through mutual respect, trust, and shared values. By seeking quality over quantity in our friendships, we ensure that our social interactions enrich our lives making us stronger and more resilient. Embrace the Stoic perspective that friendships are integral to our journey. By fostering trust and genuine connections, we create a network of support that enhances our personal growth and enriches our experience of life. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, especially in the context of human relationships. Life is a dynamic tapestry where change is the only constant. Embracing this Stoic principle allows us to navigate the complexities of friendships with grace and resilience, cultivating a mindset that welcomes new passions and stepping out of comfort zones, fosters personal growth, and expands our potential for connections. The Stoics teach that adaptability involves accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our responses. In friendships, this means being open to new experiences and perspectives. By doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also demonstrate a willingness to grow and evolve, which is attractive to others. When faced with differing interests or life circumstances, adaptability enables us to find common ground. This Stoic approach encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, fostering deeper, more meaningful connections. By practicing adaptability, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, embracing its ebbs and flows with equanimity. Incorporate the Stoic virtue of adaptability in your relationships. It will not only enhance your personal development, but also create a fertile ground for lasting and fulfilling friendships. Number 5, quality over quantity. In the pursuit of friendships, the Stoic philosophy advocates for valuing quality over quantity. Genuine, meaningful connections enrich our lives far more than numerous superficial ones. This perspective aligns with the Stoic emphasis on virtue and authenticity in all aspects of life. A smaller social circle is not inherently a problem. In fact, it often reflects a focus on deeper, more substantial relationships. The Stoics teach us to seek out individuals who share our values and contribute positively to our growth. By surrounding ourselves with such people, we create a support system that enhances our resilience and well-being. Quantity does not equate to quality. Numerous acquaintances cannot provide the same level of support and understanding as a few true friends. By prioritizing quality, we ensure that our social interactions are meaningful and enriching. This Stoic approach to friendships fosters a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, as we know we are investing our time and energy in relationships that truly matter. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of valuing quality over quantity in your friendships. Focus on nurturing genuine connections that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and happiness. Number 6, trust issues. In the intricate dance of human connections, trust issues can cast a shadow over the prospect of forming close friendships. Stoicism provides a path to navigate these challenges gracefully, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and virtue in building trust. Before extending trust to others, the Stoics advocate for a deep understanding of oneself. Reflecting on your values, expectations, and vulnerabilities is essential. This self-awareness helps identify the sources of trust-related apprehensions and provides a foundation for more discerning and balanced relationships. Virtue is the guiding light in Stoic decision-making. Focus on qualities such as honesty, integrity, and benevolence when assessing the trustworthiness of others. By aligning your interactions with these virtues, you create a stable framework for building trust. Recognize that external circumstances can influence people's actions, and their behavior may not always align with your expectations. This Stoic acceptance of the unpredictable nature of human interactions fosters emotional resilience, allowing for more rational and considerate decisions in relationships. Incorporate honest and direct communication to address trust issues openly. This aligns with Stoic values and creates an environment conducive to genuine connections. By embracing these Stoic principles, you can build solid foundations for trust and deepen your friendships. Number 7, shyness and introversion. For those naturally inclined towards timidity, forging and sustaining friendships may pose a distinct challenge. However, Stoic philosophy offers a powerful approach to surmounting these obstacles, transforming shyness into a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The first Stoic lesson for overcoming shyness revolves around self-acceptance. Understanding that some individuals are naturally shy or introverted is crucial. Embrace this aspect of your nature as a momentary part of your journey towards self-awareness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius teach that accepting who we are is the starting point for any transformation. Stoicism emphasizes the potency of the present, urging us to focus on what is within our grasp, rather than being consumed by anxiety about the future or regrets from the past. In social practice, this means not allowing shyness to imprison us in negative thoughts. By freeing ourselves from expectations and projections, we find the liberty to act according to our principles, unbridled by fear. Empathy is another key Stoic principle. By putting ourselves in others' shoes, we realize everyone carries internal battles and insecurities. This awareness liberates us from self-absorption and enables more authentic and compassionate interactions. Focus on genuine human connections rather than how you are perceived, and you will build more meaningful relationships. Number 8, virtuous social prioritization. In the busy rhythm of modern life, it is essential to prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. The Stoics teach that meaningful connections are built on shared values and mutual respect, which are crucial for a flourishing life. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections instead of spreading yourself thin. Stoics value deep, authentic friendships, considering them essential for personal growth and well-being. By investing in relationships that align with your values, you ensure that your social interactions contribute positively to your life. This Stoic approach to social prioritization involves deliberate and mindful choices about the company you keep. Engage with individuals who support your growth and reflect your principles. This not only enhances your character, but also fosters a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate efficient time management, another Stoic virtue, to balance responsibilities and social interactions. Prioritize activities that contribute to personal and social flourishing, aligning daily choices with the goal of a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Adopt the Stoic wisdom of virtuous social prioritization. Focus on the quality of your connections, nurturing relationships that enrich your life and support your journey towards self-improvement and resilience. Number 9, self-reflection. Life transitions offer opportune moments for mindful reflection, a practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. During these times of change, introspection can guide your social choices and help navigate new environments with wisdom and grace. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in all aspects of life. Reflect on your values, aspirations, and the kind of relationships you seek. This process helps clarify your social priorities and align them with your personal growth and well-being. By understanding your core principles, you can make more deliberate and meaningful connections. Introspective practices allow you to adapt to changing circumstances with a Stoic mindset. Embrace the natural ebb and flow of life, recognizing that transitions often bring new opportunities for growth. By reflecting on past experiences, you gain insights that inform your future interactions and decisions. Use these moments of reflection to assess your social circle and identify relationships that align with your values. This Stoic approach ensures that your connections are genuine and supportive, fostering a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate self-reflection as a guiding light in your journey. It will help you navigate life's transitions with wisdom, ensuring that your social choices contribute to a meaningful and flourishing life. Number 10, social skills. Developing social skills is a gradual process, and the Stoic philosophy offers valuable guidance in this journey. Embrace yourself wholly, understanding that everyone, regardless of their social prowess, possesses intrinsic value. This foundation sets the stage for genuine connections, free from self-doubt. Stoics emphasize gradual progress in all aspects of life. Apply this principle to the development of social skills by incrementally exposing yourself to different settings. Instead of overwhelming yourself with large gatherings, start with smaller interactions. This approach allows you to build confidence at your own pace, aligning with Stoic notions of measured growth. Focus on virtues like kindness, empathy, and understanding in your interactions. By infusing these qualities into your social encounters, you not only enhance your character, but also contribute positively to the social dynamic. Ask questions, show interest in others' perspectives, and foster an environment of open dialogue. Genuine curiosity enriches your understanding of others and paves the way for authentic connections. Practice positive affirmations aligned with Stoic principles. Focus on your strengths, acknowledge your worth, and approach social situations with self-assuredness. If faced with rejection or awkward moments, respond with Stoic grace, understanding that external events are beyond your control, but your response is within your grasp. Number 11, differences in interests. Differences in interests can sometimes weave a pattern of isolation, contributing to a lack of friendships. Stoicism provides a guiding light on how to bridge these gaps and foster meaningful connections. The Stoics encourage us to accept the inherent diversity of human interests. Rather than viewing differences as barriers, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, finding tranquility in understanding that not everyone shares the same interests. Adaptability is key. Cultivate a mindset that appreciates novelty and welcomes the opportunity to explore new passions. This Stoic adaptability encourages stepping out of comfort zones, fostering personal growth and expanding the scope of potential friendships. Focus on what unites us as human beings, shared values, emotions, and fundamental experiences. These common grounds provide a solid foundation for genuine connections that transcend specific interests. Approach others with genuine curiosity, seeking to understand and appreciate their passions. This not only expands your horizons, but also lays the groundwork for authentic connections. The Stoic friendship triad comprises goodwill, shared values, and mutual understanding. By nurturing these foundational elements, you can overcome the barriers posed by differing interests and cultivate lasting and meaningful connections. Number 12, lack of social opportunities. A perceived lack of social opportunities can be a significant barrier to forming connections. However, Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue, resilience, and practical wisdom, provides a compass to navigate and transcend these circumstances. Engage in community volunteering, as Stoicism places great importance on contributing to the greater good. Volunteering aligns with Stoic virtues and introduces you to like-minded individuals. Participating in local cleanup initiatives, supporting charitable events, or volunteering at community centers creates shared experiences and opportunities for connection. Attend workshops or seminars related to your field of work. This not only enhances your professional skills, but also exposes you to professionals who may share common goals and values. Organize or participate in outdoor activities like hiking, biking, or group exercises. These environments provide a relaxed setting for interaction, allowing connections to form organically amidst the beauty of the natural world. Join forums or groups dedicated to your interests and actively participate in discussions. This can lead to meaningful connections and, in some cases, transition to in-person meetups. Practice Stoic gratitude by appreciating the connections you already have, cultivating a positive mindset that attracts new ones. Number 13, Stoic detachment. Stoic detachment is a powerful tool in managing the natural ebb and flow of friendships. As circumstances shift, friendships may naturally loosen. Recognizing this with a Stoic mindset helps us appreciate that change is an inherent part of the human experience, not a reflection of personal failure or inadequacy. Healthy detachment involves accepting what is beyond our control, including the intricate dynamics of relationships. This perspective fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing us to navigate changes with grace. When friendships evolve or drift apart, view these transitions through the lens of Stoic wisdom, understanding that such shifts are part of life's natural progression. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, responses, and choices. By maintaining this focus, we can adapt to changing social landscapes without being overwhelmed by emotions. This approach not only preserves our inner peace, but also allows us to engage with others authentically and meaningfully. Embrace Stoic detachment as a guiding principle in your relationships. It will help you navigate the ebbs and flows of friendships with wisdom and tranquility, fostering a more resilient and fulfilling social life. Number 14, lifestyle choices. In the bustling rhythm of modern life, lifestyle choices can significantly impact our social interactions. Whether it's a hectic schedule or a preference for solitary activities, Stoicism provides valuable insights on how to navigate these choices while fostering meaningful connections. Stoics encourage scrutinizing our priorities to ensure they align with our core values and the pursuit of meaningful connections. A demanding schedule might limit social interactions, but deliberate time management can help balance responsibilities and social engagement. By intentionally setting aside moments for social interactions, individuals can transcend the constraints of a busy lifestyle. Prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. This means making conscious choices about the company we keep, focusing on relationships that align with our values. Efficient time management, a Stoic virtue, involves optimizing schedules for both productivity and social interactions, contributing to personal and social flourishing. Incorporate Stoic principles in your lifestyle choices to foster a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Deliberately carve out time for meaningful social engagements, ensuring that your interactions enrich your life and support your journey toward personal growth and resilience. Number 15, changing circumstances. Relationships, like the tides, undergo shifts during life transitions. Recognizing the fluidity of these dynamics is essential, and Stoicism provides a framework to navigate these changes with wisdom and grace. Embrace the understanding that change is an inherent part of the human experience. As career ambitions soar or familial responsibilities take center stage, accept these seasons stoically. Understand that the ebb and flow of life's demands impact not only your schedule, but also the nature of your social interactions. Stoicism emphasizes virtuous adaptation in the face of shifting priorities. Infuse career or family commitments with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice. Strive for excellence in every facet of life, including professional and familial spheres. Stoicism places a premium on the quality of relationships over their quantity. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections. Approach life transitions with a Stoic mindset, reflecting on your values and aspirations. Use this reflective practice to guide your social choices as you navigate new environments. Embrace the Stoic principle of healthy detachment, recognizing that relationships may naturally loosen during transitions without viewing it as personal failure. Friendship, at its core, is more than just companionship. It's a vital part of our journey toward a fulfilled and resilient life. By embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, we can navigate the complexities of human connections with grace and strength, transforming our social world into one of depth and authenticity. If you found these insights valuable and want to continue exploring the profound teachings of Stoicism, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community, where we delve deep into the wisdom that enriches our lives and empowers us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Together, we can cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and true connection. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more transformative content.
Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly, but what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you, and more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time. making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. If someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted, but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable. So I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. Of course, I'd say, pushing my goals aside. Whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work, I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful, but the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. and my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, it's okay to say no. Your well-being matters. When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter, with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later? It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind, but the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, "I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now." It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while. But over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind. It makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here.
Miyamoto Musashi's technique to conquer overthinking. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the annals of history, was a legendary Japanese swordsman, philosopher, and strategist. Born in 1584 during the tumultuous Sengoku period, Musashi lived a life marked by relentless pursuit of mastery and profound wisdom. His journey from a young samurai to an undefeated warrior who won over 60 duels is not only a testament to his skill with the sword, but also to his unyielding spirit and disciplined mind. Musashi's philosophy transcended mere combat. He was a student of life, constantly seeking to understand the deeper truths that govern human existence. His teachings, compiled in his seminal work, The Book of Five Rings, offer insights that extend beyond the battlefield, touching on aspects of strategy, focus, and mental clarity that are universally applicable. In an era where life and death hung in the balance, Musashi's ability to maintain a clear and focused mind under extreme pressure sets him apart. His strategies for overcoming overthinking and achieving mental clarity are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. By studying Musashi's life and teachings, we can learn valuable lessons on how to navigate our own mental struggles and achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Number 1. The power of practice of Miyamoto. Musashi, the legendary swordsman, understood the transformative power of practice. He knew that mastery wasn't achieved overnight, but through relentless and disciplined effort. In today's fast-paced world, we often seek quick fixes and instant gratification, leading to overthinking and frustration when results don't come quickly. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that consistent practice is the key to overcoming mental clutter. By dedicating ourselves to regular practice, whether it's in our careers, personal development, or hobbies, we build resilience and focus. This disciplined approach helps clear our minds of unnecessary doubts and fears. Remember, every great achievement begins with a commitment to practice. The path to mastery is long, but with each step, we refine our skills, sharpen our minds, and move closer to our goals. Embrace the process, trust in the practice, and let go of the need for immediate results. In the words of Musashi, today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Let this be a guiding principle in your journey towards self-improvement and mental clarity. Number 2, focus on purposeful actions. In a world filled with distractions, Musashi's advice to do nothing that is of no use is more relevant than ever. Overthinking often stems from engaging in activities that add no value to our lives. Whether it's getting caught up in social media drama, endless scrolling, or pointless debates, these distractions clutter our minds and lead us away from our true purpose. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to focus on what truly matters. Identify what is essential in your life and eliminate the rest. By dedicating our time and energy to purposeful actions, we not only achieve more, but also create a clear and focused mind. This Stoic approach encourages us to prioritize our goals and ignore the noise around us. Ask yourself, is this activity bringing me closer to my goals? If the answer is no, it's time to let it go. By simplifying our lives and concentrating on what's important, we reduce overthinking and enhance our productivity and well-being. Number 3, embracing impermanence. Musashi's teachings remind us of the impermanent nature of life. He understood that change is the only constant, and by embracing this truth, we can reduce the mental burden of overthinking. When we cling to the illusion of permanence, we create unnecessary stress and anxiety. Accepting impermanence allows us to flow with life's natural rhythms and adapt to changing circumstances with grace. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on the present moment, knowing that everything we experience is transient. By letting go of the need to control every outcome, we free ourselves from the chains of overthinking. Embrace the changes that come your way and understand that each moment, whether good or bad, is fleeting. This perspective not only brings peace of mind but also empowers us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience as it comes. Number 4, identifying root causes. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. This profound insight emphasizes the importance of looking inward to identify the root causes of our overthinking. Often, our mental struggles are fueled by deep-seated fears and insecurities that lie beneath the surface. By acknowledging and addressing these underlying issues, we can find clarity and move forward. This Stoic approach encourages us to be honest with ourselves, to dive deep into our inner world, and to confront our true feelings. It's not about avoiding or suppressing our thoughts, but rather understanding their origins. By doing so, we can tackle overthinking at its source. Take time to reflect and introspect, and don't shy away from uncovering uncomfortable truths about yourself. This self-awareness is the first step towards overcoming overthinking and achieving mental peace. Number 5, flexibility and open-mindedness. Musashi's wisdom teaches us the value of flexibility and open-mindedness. Overthinking often arises from a rigid mindset, where we fixate on finding the perfect solution. This rigidity can paralyze us, preventing us from taking action and moving forward. Musashi's advice is simple yet profound. Understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Embrace the idea that there are multiple ways to achieve your goals and solve problems. By being adaptable and open to different approaches, you reduce the anxiety that comes from perfectionism. This Stoic principle encourages us to let go of our need for control and accept the natural flow of life. Flexibility in thought and action allows us to navigate challenges with ease and reduces the mental strain of overthinking. Number 6, cultivating a growth mindset. Musashi's teachings align closely with the concept of a growth mindset, where challenges are seen as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Overthinking often stems from a fear of failure or an obsession with perfection. By adopting a growth mindset, we shift our focus from fixed outcomes to continuous learning and improvement. Musashi believed that true mastery comes from embracing challenges and persevering through difficulties. This Stoic approach encourages us to view each setback as a valuable lesson and each success as a step towards greater wisdom. By cultivating a growth mindset, we reduce the mental burden of overthinking and open ourselves up to endless possibilities for personal development. Embrace challenges, learn from your experiences, and constantly strive to improve. This mindset not only enhances your resilience, but also brings a sense of purpose and fulfillment to your life. Number 7, mind-body balance. Musashi's advice to not let the body be dragged along by the mind, nor the mind by the body, highlights the importance of balance. Overthinking often occurs when there is a disconnect between our mental and physical states. Musashi emphasized the need for harmony between the mind and body to achieve clarity and peace. In our modern lives, it's easy to become mentally overwhelmed while neglecting our physical well-being, or vice versa. By focusing on balancing both aspects, we create a more holistic approach to our overall health. Engage in activities that nurture both your mind and body, such as exercise, meditation, and proper rest. This equilibrium helps reduce overthinking by ensuring that both your mental and physical energies are aligned and supportive of each other. When the mind and body work in harmony, we experience a greater sense of well-being and clarity. Number 8, living in the present. Musashi's teachings emphasize the importance of living fully in the present moment. Overthinking often pulls us into the past with regrets or into the future with worries. This mental tug-of-war distracts us from the here and now, where life truly happens. Musashi believed that focusing on the present task with full attention and effort is the key to achieving excellence and peace of mind. This Stoic principle encourages us to embrace each day as it comes, giving our best to what is in front of us without being weighed down by what might or might not happen. By living in the present, we can break free from the cycle of overthinking and experience life more fully. Concentrate on today's actions and let tomorrow take care of itself. This approach not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and contentment. Number 9, timing and patience. Musashi's grasp of timing and patience is a crucial lesson in managing overthinking. He taught that there is a right time for everything, and rushing often leads to mistakes and stress. Overthinking is frequently a result of impatience and the desire for immediate results. By understanding and respecting the natural timing of events, we can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to force outcomes. This Stoic principle reminds us that good things take time and that patience is a virtue. Trust the process and be patient with your progress. Recognize that each step forward, no matter how small, is part of a larger journey. By aligning ourselves with the natural rhythm of life, we can maintain a clear and focused mind, free from the chaos of overthinking. Number 10, mindful meditation. Incorporating mindful meditation into your daily routine can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. Musashi himself practiced forms of meditation to maintain a clear and focused mind. Mindfulness helps us become aware of our thought patterns and teaches us to observe them without judgment. This practice allows us to let go of unproductive or negative thoughts and stay anchored in the present moment. By dedicating time each day to mindfulness, we can cultivate a calm and peaceful mind. This Stoic practice encourages us to embrace stillness and silence, providing a refuge from the constant mental chatter that fuels overthinking. Through regular meditation, we develop the ability to detach from our thoughts and gain a greater sense of clarity and control over our minds. Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers powerful strategies to conquer overthinking and achieve mental clarity. By integrating his teachings into your daily life, you can cultivate a focused mind, live with purpose, and navigate challenges with grace and resilience. From embracing impermanence to practicing mindfulness, each lesson is a stepping stone towards a more balanced and fulfilling existence.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them, from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key.
Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4, control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5, communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6, understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7, practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or, "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15. Maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16. Use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17. Practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18. Educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Here are 10 terrible signs. You're being gaslighted. You might think you'd recognize manipulation when it happens, but gaslighting is so subtle that it can make you question everything, even your own reality. It's not just about someone lying to you. Gaslighting is designed to erode your confidence, isolate you, and make you feel like you're losing your grip on what's real. Have you ever felt like you're apologizing for things you didn't do, doubting memories you were sure about, or wondering if you're too sensitive? You're not alone, and it's not in your head. This form of manipulation is more common than you think, and the damage it causes can be devastating. In this video, we'll walk through 10 clear and unmistakable signs of gaslighting, using real-life examples to help you identify these tactics. If you've ever felt confused, isolated, or trapped in a relationship, this might explain why. And by the end, you'll have the tools to recognize gaslighting and take the first steps toward breaking free. Let's dive in. 1. You constantly question your memory. Gaslighting often starts subtly, planting seeds of doubt about your memory. Imagine this. You clearly recall discussing weekend plans with your partner. You suggested going to a new restaurant, and they agreed. However, when the weekend arrives, they insist you never mentioned it. You must have dreamed that up, they say with a dismissive laugh. You replay the conversation in your mind, wondering if you truly imagined it. Another example might be at work. You distinctly remember your manager assigning you a task during a meeting, but later they claim they assigned it to someone else and that you misunderstood. You second-guess yourself, even though you made a note of it right after the meeting. This repeated denial of your reality creates a pattern. The gaslighter's goal is to make you question your memory so much that you begin to rely on their version of events over your own. Over time, you might start to feel like your memory is faulty, even when you've always trusted it before. It's crucial to recognize this pattern. A healthy relationship, whether with a partner, friend, or colleague, doesn't involve dismissing or rewriting your reality. If you're being told you're imagining things or that never happened, ask yourself, does this happen often? Does it make you feel confused or doubtful about things you know to be true? Keeping a journal can help. Write down key conversations and events as they happen. If someone later tries to tell you it didn't happen that way, you'll have a record to validate your memory. Gaslighting thrives on confusion and self-doubt, but with awareness and self-trust, you can start to see through the manipulation. Recognizing the signs is the first step toward reclaiming your confidence. 2. You find yourself apologizing too often. One of the clearest signs of gaslighting is the growing compulsion to apologize for things you didn't even do. The gaslighter manipulates situations to make you feel at fault, even when they're the one causing harm. For example, let's say you planned a dinner party and spent hours preparing. The gaslighter shows up late without explanation, and when you express frustration, they turn the tables. You're always so dramatic about these things. Maybe I wouldn't be late if you weren't so controlling. Suddenly you're apologizing for expecting them to be on time, even though their behavior was the issue. Another instance could occur in a friendship. You tell a close friend that something they said hurt your feelings. Instead of apologizing, they respond with, "You're way too sensitive. I was just joking." Now, instead of feeling validated, you're apologizing for taking offense. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of self-worth. You start to internalize the idea that you're overly emotional, overly demanding, or just not good enough. You apologize not just to the gaslighter, but to others in your life, often feeling like a burden in situations where you're not at fault. If you notice this in yourself, take a step back and ask, why am I apologizing? Was this situation truly my fault? Start paying attention to how often you apologize and whether the apology feels warranted. This behavior isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a symptom of emotional manipulation. The next time you're tempted to apologize unnecessarily, pause. Instead, express your feelings assertively. I feel hurt when this happens, and I need us to address it. Reclaiming your voice is a powerful step in breaking free from the gaslighter's grip. 3. You feel isolated. Gaslighting often involves subtle tactics to isolate you from friends, family, or anyone who might validate your experiences or challenge the gaslighter's control. This isolation creates dependency, leaving you more vulnerable to their manipulation. For instance, imagine you're excited to meet a close friend after a long time, but your partner begins making comments like, "Why do you even hang out with them? They don't really care about you." Or they might say, "I don't trust them. They're a bad influence on you." Over time, these remarks may cause you to second-guess your friendships, leading you to withdraw from people who could offer support. At work, this can happen when a manipulative colleague tells you, "The team doesn't really think you're contributing much." They might discourage you from seeking feedback from others, subtly driving a wedge between you and the rest of your team. This isolates you professionally, making you rely solely on their distorted version of reality. Gaslighters also use this tactic with family. They may make offhand comments like, "Your parents never really understood you, did they?" Or, "Your sibling always seemed jealous of you." These remarks plant doubts about your closest relationships, pushing you further into isolation. When you're cut off from external support, the gaslighter's influence becomes stronger. You may start to feel like they're the only person you can rely on, even as they undermine your sense of self. To combat this, actively seek connection with those who uplift and support you. Reach out to friends or family you've drifted from, even if it feels difficult. Sharing your experiences with a trusted person can help break the cycle of isolation. Remember, isolation is a tool of control. Staying connected is your way out. 4. Your confidence has plummeted. Gaslighting often chips away at your self-esteem, leaving you doubting your abilities, decisions, and worth. Over time, you may find yourself hesitating to take initiative or make choices because you fear getting it wrong, or worse, being criticized by the gaslighter. For example, imagine you're proud of completing a big project at work. You share your excitement with a colleague who's been undermining you, and they respond with something like, "It's not that impressive. Anyone could have done that." Suddenly, your sense of accomplishment deflates, and you start questioning whether your hard work even mattered. In relationships, a gaslighter might belittle your contributions or mock your ideas in subtle ways. You suggest trying a new hobby or planning a trip, only to hear, "That's a dumb idea. I don't know why you'd think that would work." Even if it's framed as a joke, the constant dismissiveness makes you second-guess yourself, and eventually you stop sharing your ideas altogether. This loss of confidence can creep into everyday decisions. You might start overthinking simple choices, what to wear, what to cook, or how to respond in conversations, because the gaslighter has made you feel like you can't do anything right. You might even start seeking their approval for things you once handled confidently on your own. To rebuild your confidence, begin by recognizing your own strengths and achievements. Keep a journal of your accomplishments, big or small, and revisit it whenever you feel self-doubt creeping in. Surround yourself with people who value and respect you, as their support can help counter the negativity. Most importantly, remember that the gaslighter's criticism reflects their need for control, not your actual worth. By reclaiming your self-belief, you take a critical step toward breaking free from their influence. 5. They twist the truth. Gaslighters are experts at twisting the truth to suit their narrative, leaving you confused and questioning reality. They'll take a situation where they're clearly in the wrong and distort the facts until you're unsure of what really happened. For example, let's say they blatantly lied about something. Perhaps they said they were working late, but you later find out they were out with friends. When confronted, instead of admitting the lie, they respond with, "You're always suspicious of me. No wonder I didn't tell you. You would have overreacted." Suddenly, the focus shifts from their dishonesty to your supposed overreaction, making you feel guilty for even bringing it up. Another scenario could involve a family disagreement. Imagine you catch them criticizing you to a relative. When you bring it up, they twist the situation. "I was defending you, actually. They were saying much worse things about you, but of course, you only hear what you want to hear." By distorting the truth, they create a reality where they appear as the victim or hero, and you're left feeling confused and even apologetic. Over time, this constant manipulation erodes your ability to trust your own perceptions. You might start second-guessing yourself, thinking, "Did I really misunderstand? Am I being too sensitive?" This confusion gives the gaslighter even more power over you. To counter this, document specific events or conversations as they happen. Keep a record of what was said or done, so when the gaslighter tries to twist the truth, you have clear evidence to ground yourself. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. By recognizing and challenging these manipulations, you can begin to reclaim your sense of clarity and truth. They dismiss your feelings. Gaslighters are quick to invalidate your emotions, making you feel as though your feelings are irrational or unimportant. Over time, this dismissal can lead you to suppress your emotions altogether, convinced they aren't valid. For example, imagine you share that you're upset because they forgot an important date, like your anniversary. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they respond with, "You're being ridiculous. It's just a date. It doesn't mean anything." This not only minimizes your emotions, but shifts the blame onto you for caring in the first place. Another instance might occur when you express frustration over being ignored in conversations. You say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," and they counter with, "You're always exaggerating. You're so needy." Instead of addressing your concerns, they make you feel guilty for even having them. This repeated invalidation teaches you to doubt your emotional responses. You might start thinking, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting." Over time, you suppress your feelings to avoid criticism, which only deepens the gaslighter's control over you. Healthy relationships involve mutual respect for each other's emotions. Even if someone doesn't fully understand your feelings, they acknowledge and respect them. Gaslighters, on the other hand, use dismissal as a tool to maintain power, ensuring you feel isolated and unsupported. To combat this, remind yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether the gaslighter acknowledges them. Practice naming and owning your feelings without apology. I feel hurt, and that's important. Seek out friends, family, or a therapist who will listen and affirm your experiences. Validation from a trusted source can help you rebuild your confidence and resist the urge to suppress your emotions. You deserve to be heard and respected. 7. You feel constantly confused. A key tactic of gaslighting is creating a fog of confusion. The gaslighter's ever-changing stories, contradictory statements, and denial of events leave you questioning your perception of reality. Over time, you feel trapped in a cycle of doubt and frustration. For example, they might promise something significant, like attending an important event with you. When they fail to show up, you confront them, only to hear, "I never said I'd go to that. You must have misunderstood." You're left wondering if you misremembered the entire conversation, even though you were sure of it just moments ago. Another example is when they contradict themselves. They might criticize you for spending too much time with friends, but when you stay home, they accuse you of being boring or antisocial. No matter what you do, they find a way to twist the situation, leaving you feeling like you can't win. This constant uncertainty affects your mental well-being. You may start questioning even simple things. Did I really hear them correctly? Am I making things worse? This confusion is exactly what the gaslighter wants. It keeps you off balance and more likely to depend on their version of reality. To regain clarity, write things down as they happen. Document important conversations and decisions so you can revisit them if they try to rewrite history. Sharing your experiences with a trusted friend or therapist can also help validate your perceptions and break the cycle of confusion. Most importantly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Gaslighters thrive on making you doubt yourself, but by recognizing their tactics and reinforcing your own sense of reality, you can begin to see through the manipulation and regain your confidence. 8. They use your insecurities against you. Gaslighters are skilled at identifying your vulnerabilities and exploiting them to maintain control. They subtly or overtly weaponize your insecurities, using them to manipulate your emotions and actions. For example, if you've shared that you're self-conscious about your appearance, a gaslighter might make backhanded compliments like, "You look nice, but that outfit would be better if you lost a little weight." On the surface, it sounds like a helpful suggestion, but it's designed to deepen your insecurity and make you feel inadequate. In a work setting, a manipulative colleague might say, "You're great at what you do, but you're not really leadership material." This preys on any doubts you may have about your abilities and subtly undermines your confidence. You might start avoiding opportunities for growth, believing you're not good enough. In relationships, they might exploit your desire for connection. For instance, if you've shared a fear of being abandoned, they might say, "No one else would put up with you the way I do," making you feel like you're lucky to have them, even as they treat you poorly. This tactic leaves you feeling powerless and overly reliant on their approval, as they've convinced you that your insecurities define you. To counter this, remind yourself that everyone has insecurities. It's part of being human, but they don't define your worth. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you, rather than exploit your vulnerabilities. If possible, seek out a therapist or coach to help you rebuild your confidence and recognize your strengths. Remember, your insecurities are not a weakness to be exploited. They're opportunities for growth and self-acceptance. By acknowledging and owning them, you take away the gaslighter's power and start reclaiming your self-worth. They play the victim. Gaslighters often deflect accountability by portraying themselves as the victim, even when they're the ones at fault. This tactic shifts the focus away from their behavior, making you feel guilty for even bringing up an issue. For instance, let's say you confront them about breaking a promise, like not showing up to an event you planned together. Instead of addressing the broken promise, they respond with something like, "Do you know how hard my week has been? I can't believe you'd attack me over something so small when I'm already under so much stress." Suddenly, you're comforting them instead of addressing your own hurt. In another example, you might point out a pattern of disrespectful behavior, such as frequent interruptions during conversations. Instead of taking responsibility, they turn the tables. "I only interrupt because you never listen to me. Do you know how frustrating that is for me?" Now, you're questioning whether you've been unfair and apologizing for something they created. This victim mentality can extend to their relationships with others, too. They might claim their boss is out to get them, or that their friends have abandoned them for no reason, subtly painting themselves as someone constantly wronged by the world. This reinforces their narrative and keeps you feeling guilty for adding to their problems. To break free from this dynamic, practice recognizing the pattern. When they deflect and play the victim, gently steer the conversation back to the issue at hand. For example, you could say, "I understand you've been stressed, but I need us to focus on how this situation made me feel." It's crucial to remember that everyone has challenges, but genuine victims don't manipulate others with their struggles. By staying grounded in your feelings and refusing to accept misplaced blame, you take a step toward regaining control. 10. You feel trapped in the relationship. One of the most painful signs of gaslighting is the feeling of being stuck, as though there's no way out of the relationship or situation. The gaslighter's manipulation has created a dependency that makes leaving seem impossible, even when you recognize the harm. For example, the gaslighter might convince you that you're incapable of managing without them. They'll say things like, "You'd never survive on your own," or "No one else would love you the way I do." These statements prey on your fears and insecurities, making you feel unworthy and powerless. Another way they trap you is by creating an illusion of unpredictability. They alternate between moments of kindness and cruelty, keeping you hooked with the hope that things will improve. After a heated argument, where they dismiss your feelings, they might turn around and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're everything to me." This cycle keeps you invested, always waiting for the good moments to return. In friendships or professional relationships, gaslighters may leverage shared responsibilities or connections to keep you tethered. They might say, "If you leave, you'll destroy everything we've worked for," or guilt-trip you with statements like, "I thought you were loyal." The result? You feel paralyzed, torn between staying in the toxic relationship or risking the unknown. To overcome this, remind yourself that feeling trapped is part of their strategy. It's not reality. Seek support from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can help you see your options clearly. Build an action plan, even if it's small steps, like setting boundaries or consulting with a counselor. Remember, you are stronger than the gaslighter wants you to believe. Freedom begins with recognizing that you deserve better and taking steps, no matter how small, to reclaim your life. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, but recognizing the signs is the first step toward breaking free and reclaiming your confidence. If any of these points resonated with you, remember, you're not alone, and help is always within reach. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it to let us know. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss more content like this that empowers and informs. We'd love to hear from you. What signs stood out to you the most? Have you experienced gaslighting before? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Your insights could help others who are going through the same struggles. Thank you for watching, and remember, you deserve relationships that uplift and respect you. Stay strong, stay wise, and we'll see you in the next video.
10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul." By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieved something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. "I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision." If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. "I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive." A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together. A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, they may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today." Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. "I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me." If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this. You achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. "That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare." Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you? This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. "Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this?" Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing. It means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy.
What if I told you that your attitude could change the entire course of your life? Imagine if you could harness the power of a single trait to turn your biggest fears into your greatest strengths. Two animals embody this transformative power: the eagle and the lion. These are the only two creatures that the Creator identified himself with. Understanding why these animals are symbolic of supreme leadership can unlock the leader within you. Let's delve into why the lion, the king of the jungle, is a beacon of leadership. Interestingly, the lion is not the tallest, largest, heaviest, or smartest animal in the jungle. In fact, the lion is physically outmatched by several other animals. Yet when the lion appears, all the other animals run away. This phenomenon is not due to the lion's physical prowess, but due to its attitude. Leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "Attitude determines altitude." This statement rings true when we study the lion. The lion's attitude is what sets it apart. The lion believes it is the king, and this belief shapes its actions and the reactions of others. This attitude is not just a superficial confidence. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. Consider this. In the business world, CEOs and leaders are not always the most intelligent or skilled individuals in their organizations. What distinguishes them is their attitude and vision. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Schultz did not come from wealth or privilege. He grew up in a poor neighborhood, but his attitude and vision transformed Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global brand. Schultz's belief in his vision and his unwavering attitude towards achieving it inspired his team and reshaped the coffee industry. One of my favorite quotes encapsulates this idea perfectly. "An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep." This means that the right kind of leadership can transform a group of ordinary people into an extraordinary team. History is replete with examples of leaders who transformed their followers through their attitude. Winston Churchill, during World War II, inspired a beleaguered Britain with his indomitable spirit. His belief in victory, despite the odds, rallied the nation to stand firm against adversity. Let's bring it back to the jungle. The lion sees an elephant and thinks, "Lunch." This mindset is not based on physical ability alone, but on the lion's belief in itself. On the other hand, the elephant, despite its size and strength, sees the lion and thinks, "Eater." This stark difference in perspective highlights how attitude shapes outcomes. The lion's attitude commands respect and instills fear in larger, stronger animals. Your attitude is a reflection of your belief system. It's said that whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This famous quote by Henry Ford emphasizes the power of belief. Your attitude towards challenges, setbacks, and opportunities will dictate your success or failure. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before Harry Potter was finally published. Her unwavering belief in her story and her positive attitude towards rejection turned her into one of the most successful authors in history. In the workplace, in your personal life, and in your community, adopting a lion's attitude can make all the difference. Leaders are not born. They are made by the attitudes they cultivate and the beliefs they hold. Cultivate an attitude of resilience, confidence, and vision. Believe in your potential to lead, inspire, and make a difference. Just like the lion, let your attitude set you apart and lead you to greatness. Equally important is the symbolism of the eagle. The eagle represents vision, strength, and soaring to new heights. The eagle is known for its incredible eyesight, capable of seeing prey from miles away. This sharp vision symbolizes the clarity and focus that a leader must have. A leader must see beyond the immediate and plan for the future, much like the eagle soars high to gain a broad perspective. The eagle's flight is also a powerful metaphor for leadership. When storms come, other birds seek shelter. The eagle, however, uses the storm's wind to lift itself higher. This ability to rise above challenges is a hallmark of great leadership. Leaders face obstacles and adversities, but like the eagle, they use these challenges to elevate themselves and their vision. Nelson Mandela, one of the most revered leaders in modern history, exemplified this eagle-like quality. Despite spending 27 years in prison, Mandela's vision for a free and democratic South Africa never wavered. He rose above the hardships and emerged as a symbol of resilience and hope, guiding his nation to a new era. Another aspect of the eagle's leadership is its commitment to its family. Eagles are known for their strong parenting skills, taking great care in raising their young. This nurturing aspect is essential in leadership. A true leader mentors and supports their team, fostering an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This commitment to others is what builds strong, cohesive teams that can achieve remarkable feats. Combining the attitudes of the lion and the eagle, we find the foundation of effective leadership. It is not just about believing in oneself or having a vision. It is about translating those beliefs into actions. Attitude without action is merely a dream. To lead effectively, one must not only possess the confidence and vision, but also the willingness to act upon them. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Edison's relentless pursuit of his ideas and his willingness to act upon his vision led to the invention of the light bulb and many other innovations. His attitude of perseverance and his actions in the face of repeated failures epitomize the essence of leadership. Leadership is also about empowering others to act. A true leader does not just lead by example, but inspires others to take initiative. This is evident in the story of Mahatma Gandhi, whose attitude of non-violence and peaceful resistance inspired millions to fight for India's independence. Gandhi's leadership was not just about his personal beliefs, but about mobilizing an entire nation to act upon those beliefs. In our daily lives, adopting this attitude-action framework can lead to transformative outcomes. Whether in our careers, our communities, or our personal relationships, the combination of a positive attitude and proactive actions can set us apart and lead us to success. It is about believing in our potential and taking the necessary steps to realize it. There are several practical steps to cultivate a leadership attitude. Develop self-belief. Like the lion, cultivate a strong belief in yourself. This belief will shape your actions and the reactions of others. Start by setting small, achievable goals and gradually build your confidence. Maintain a clear vision. Emulate the eagle's vision by setting long-term goals and staying focused on them. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they align with your overall vision. Embrace challenges. Use obstacles as opportunities to grow, much like the eagle uses storm winds to soar higher. Develop a mindset that views challenges as stepping stones rather than setbacks. Inspire and empower others. Leadership is not just about personal success. It's about lifting others up. Mentor and support those around you, fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Act with purpose. Turn your attitudes and beliefs into actions. Set actionable plans to achieve your goals and be consistent in your efforts. Remember, action is what brings vision to life. Practice resilience. Cultivate resilience by learning from failures and setbacks. Each experience, whether positive or negative, is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay humble and adaptable. Despite their strength and vision, both the lion and the eagle remain adaptable to their environments. Stay humble and be willing to adjust your approach when necessary. The lion and the eagle teach us valuable lessons about leadership and the power of attitude. By adopting the lion's confidence and the eagle's vision, and by combining these attitudes with purposeful actions, we can unlock our potential as leaders. Whether in business, community, or personal life, the principles of belief, vision, resilience, and action are universal keys to success. Embrace these qualities and let your attitude lead you to new heights and untold achievements.
Have you ever felt worn out from always being the helpful friend, the accommodating colleague, or the ever-giving family member? While kindness is a virtue, excessive generosity without boundaries can lead to burnout, resentment, and a sense of being unappreciated. How can we balance our innate desire to help others with the essential need to take care of ourselves? The answer lies in the wisdom of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore how to balance kindness with self-care using Stoic principles. We'll uncover the art of setting boundaries, giving without expecting reciprocity, and recognizing when to step back, all while maintaining our emotional resilience and fostering meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have practical tools to ensure your kindness is sustainable, fulfilling, and enriching for both you and those around you. Let's dive into the journey of becoming kinder to others while being kind to ourselves. 1. Set limits on requests. Continuous accommodation of others' requests can drain your energy and hinder their growth. Stoicism emphasizes the need for boundaries to maintain emotional well-being and encourage self-reliance in others. Imagine you have a colleague who constantly asks for your help with tasks they could handle themselves. While assisting them initially seems kind, over time it becomes a burden, impacting your productivity and well-being. Moreover, your colleague doesn't develop the skills needed to work independently. Setting limits in such situations is essential. You might say, "I can help you with this project today, but moving forward, let's discuss how you can handle similar tasks on your own." This approach not only protects your energy, but also encourages your colleague to develop their capabilities. Stoicism teaches that true generosity involves empowering others rather than enabling dependency. By setting boundaries, you create a healthier dynamic where your kindness is appreciated and sustainable. This way, your relationships become more balanced and respectful, fostering mutual growth and understanding. 2. Recognize when to step back. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being exploited. Stoicism advises you to step back and reassess such situations to protect your well-being and avoid being taken advantage of. Consider a friend who frequently borrows money from you but never repays it. While you want to be helpful, this behavior starts to strain your finances and trust. In such cases, stepping back means having a candid conversation about boundaries. You might say, "I value our friendship, but I need to set limits on lending money. It's important for both of us to manage our finances responsibly." This direct yet respectful approach helps maintain your self-respect and financial stability. Stoicism emphasizes self-respect and discernment. By recognizing and addressing exploitation, you prevent resentment from building up. This ensures that your kindness remains genuine and not coerced. Moreover, it teaches others to respect your boundaries and encourages healthier, more reciprocal relationships. 3. Healthy boundaries enhance relationships. By setting boundaries, you ensure that your kindness is sustainable and enriching for both you and others. This balanced approach leads to more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. Imagine you're always available to listen to a friend's problems, even at the expense of your own needs. Over time, you may feel drained and unappreciated. Setting healthy boundaries might look like saying, "I care about you and want to support you, but I need to make sure I have time for my own self-care too." This not only protects your well-being, but also encourages your friend to seek diverse support systems and become more self-reliant. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should enhance rather than diminish your life. By maintaining boundaries, you can offer support without feeling overwhelmed, leading to stronger, more balanced relationships. This approach ensures that your kindness is rooted in mutual respect and genuine care. 4. Give without expecting reciprocity. Generosity should be an act of character, not a transaction. Expecting returns on your kindness can lead to disappointment. Stoicism advises giving freely, focusing on the joy of the act itself rather than anticipating a reward. For example, if you help a neighbor with their garden, do it because you enjoy gardening and helping others, not because you expect them to help you in the future. When you give without expecting anything in return, your actions are more sincere and fulfilling. If your neighbor does not reciprocate, you won't feel resentful because your kindness wasn't contingent on their response. Instead, you can take satisfaction in the act itself. Stoicism encourages us to find joy in our virtues. By giving freely, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and contentment, knowing that your kindness stems from a genuine place. This mindset reduces the potential for disappointment and fosters a more generous, open-hearted approach to life. 5. Balance kindness with self-care. Excessive kindness can deplete your resources, leading to burnout and a sense of being unappreciated. Stoicism teaches the importance of setting boundaries to ensure your generosity does not harm your well-being. Imagine always putting others' needs before your own, eventually leading to exhaustion and frustration. To balance kindness with self-care, it's crucial to prioritize your well-being. You might allocate specific times for helping others, ensuring you also have time for rest and personal activities. For instance, volunteering a few hours a week rather than every day can prevent burnout and maintain your enthusiasm for helping. Stoicism emphasizes the need to preserve your inner resources. By taking care of yourself first, you can sustain your ability to be kind and helpful without compromising your health. This balanced approach ensures that your kindness remains a positive force in your life and the lives of others. 6. Avoid being perceived as fragile. Overextending yourself for others can lead to being seen as weak and exploited. Learning to say no and valuing your own time and energy fosters respect and preserves your mental health. Imagine always agreeing to take on extra work for your team, leading to exhaustion and reduced performance. Saying no can be empowering. You might explain, "I am currently at capacity with my projects and can't take on additional tasks." This demonstrates self-respect and sets clear boundaries, ensuring your contributions are recognized without compromising your well-being. Stoicism advocates for self-respect and discernment in relationships. By setting limits, you prevent others from taking advantage of your kindness and build a reputation for being reliable yet assertive. This approach helps maintain a balanced, respectful dynamic in your interactions. 7. Emotional resilience through Stoicism. Practicing Stoic principles helps build emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate the ups and downs of life with a balanced and calm mindset. This resilience is key to maintaining your well-being while being kind to others. Imagine facing a series of personal challenges while still trying to support your friends and family. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. By practicing mindfulness and self-reflection, you can remain grounded and resilient even in difficult times. For example, if a loved one is going through a tough period, you can offer support without letting their struggles overwhelm you. Building emotional resilience through Stoicism helps you maintain a stable and supportive presence for others. This inner strength allows you to be kind and compassionate without sacrificing your own mental health. It's a powerful tool for sustaining your well-being and positive influence in the lives of those around you. 8 in 8. Kindness as a reflection of character. Stoicism teaches that true kindness should be a reflection of your character and not dependent on external validation. This internal motivation ensures that your acts of generosity are fulfilling and self-sustaining. Consider volunteering at a local charity because it aligns with your values, not because you seek praise or recognition. When kindness is rooted in your character, it becomes a natural part of who you are. You find joy in the act itself, and your generosity is more consistent and genuine. If others appreciate your efforts, it's a bonus, but not your primary motivation. Stoicism encourages us to develop virtues that are intrinsic to our character. By practicing kindness as a reflection of who you are, you create a fulfilling and sustainable way of living. This approach ensures that your generosity is both meaningful and enduring, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. 9. Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own needs first is crucial. Stoicism teaches that you can't genuinely help others if you are depleted. Prioritizing self-care allows you to be a more effective and compassionate helper. Imagine always putting others first, eventually feeling overwhelmed and unable to support anyone effectively. Self-care might involve setting aside time each day for activities that rejuvenate you, such as exercise, meditation, or hobbies. For example, dedicating an hour each morning to a calming routine can significantly enhance your overall well-being and energy levels. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of maintaining your own health and stability. By prioritizing self-care, you ensure that you have the capacity to be there for others in a meaningful way. This balanced approach helps you remain compassionate and supportive without compromising your own needs and happiness. In summary, balancing kindness with self-care is a delicate art, but with the wisdom of Stoicism, it's entirely achievable. By setting healthy boundaries, giving without expecting anything in return, and recognizing when to step back, we protect our well-being while maintaining our generosity. Stoicism teaches us that true kindness stems from inner strength and character, ensuring our acts of generosity are genuine and sustainable. Remember, taking care of yourself is not selfish, it's essential. When you prioritize your own well-being, you're better equipped to help others with a full heart and a clear mind. Embrace the Stoic principles of emotional resilience and self-respect, and let them guide you in creating balanced, fulfilling relationships. As you move forward, let kindness be a reflection of your character, grounded in inner peace and self-care. By doing so, you'll find that your generosity not only enriches the lives of others, but also enhances your own, creating a harmonious balance that benefits everyone. Thank you for joining us on this journey to wiser, more balanced kindness.
Ah, deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question, and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details, but a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, But eventually, I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads. Here are 20 powerful moments when silence is your greatest weapon. In a noisy world, knowing when to hold your tongue can save relationships, protect your peace, and showcase your wisdom. Imagine avoiding unnecessary arguments, diffusing conflicts, and commanding respect without uttering a single word. The Stoics believed that silence is a form of strength, not weakness, and mastering it can elevate your life. In this video, we'll explore 20 specific scenarios where staying silent is not only the wiser choice, but also the most empowering. Stay until the end. and you'll learn how to use the power of silence to navigate life's most challenging moments with grace and clarity. 1. When you're angry. Silence during anger is a powerful tool. Speaking while angry often leads to words you'll regret, damaging relationships and your reputation. The Stoics believed in pausing to regain control before reacting. Instead of lashing out, take a deep breath and reflect on the source of your anger. Is it something you can control? Remaining silent allows you to process your emotions and respond thoughtfully later. For example, if an argument escalates, stepping away rather than retaliating diffuses the situation. By choosing silence, you protect your peace and prevent unnecessary conflict, showcasing your emotional strength and self-discipline. 2. When you don't know enough. Admitting ignorance is a mark of wisdom. Speaking on topics you don't understand can make you appear uninformed and close the door to learning opportunities. Instead, choose silence and listen. The Stoics valued humility and the pursuit of knowledge, knowing that understanding comes from observation, not empty words. For instance, in a discussion about a complex topic, holding your tongue allows you to absorb new information and form educated opinions. By remaining silent, you demonstrate a willingness to learn and show respect for those sharing their expertise, earning admiration for your thoughtful restraint. 3. When gossip arises. Engaging in gossip not only harms the subject, but also reflects poorly on your character. The Stoics emphasized integrity, and choosing silence in such moments protects your reputation and inner peace. If gossip arises in a conversation, refrain from contributing or subtly steer the topic elsewhere. Silence signals that you do not condone negativity and ensures you aren't implicated in unnecessary drama. By holding your tongue, you cultivate a sense of trustworthiness, showing others that you value dignity over fleeting amusement. Silence in these situations is a statement of your moral strength. 4. When someone is venting. Sometimes the best thing you can offer someone who's venting is your silence. People often need to feel heard, not fixed. By holding your tongue and simply listening, you provide them with a safe space to express their emotions. The Stoics valued empathy and connection, and silence is a powerful way to build those bonds. For example, when a friend vents about their challenges, resist the urge to interrupt with advice or solutions. Your silent presence demonstrates understanding and respect, strengthening your relationship and allowing them to process their feelings without judgment. 5. When words could wound. Not everything that's true needs to be spoken. The Stoics taught that speech should be necessary, helpful and kind. If your words might harm more than help, choose silence instead. For instance, if someone makes a mistake, bluntly pointing it out might embarrass them. Instead, wait for a moment to provide constructive feedback. Silence in these moments reflects self-restraint and emotional intelligence. By holding your tongue, you prioritize the relationship over fleeting satisfaction, showing that you value connection and kindness over impulsive remarks. Silence becomes a shield for both your integrity and others' dignity. 6. During a heated argument. Silence in heated arguments can be a powerful de-escalation tool. Reacting impulsively often intensifies conflict and makes resolution harder. The Stoics believed in controlling emotions and choosing responses wisely. Instead of engaging in verbal sparring, take a moment of silence to collect your thoughts. For example, if an argument with a partner becomes tense, staying silent allows you to avoid saying something hurtful in the heat of the moment. Later, with a calmer mindset, you can address the issue more productively. Silence here is not weakness, but a sign of strength and emotional maturity. 7. When listening is more valuable. Silence creates space for listening, which is often more valuable than speaking. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding others before expressing yourself. By holding your tongue, you can fully absorb what someone is saying, showing respect and fostering deeper connections. For instance, in a meeting, rather than interrupting with your own ideas, allow others to finish. This not only helps you understand their perspective, but also ensures your response is thoughtful. Silence in these moments is a tool for learning and respect, making your eventual contributions more impactful and appreciated. 8. When someone is criticizing you. Criticism, whether fair or not, can trigger defensive reactions. However, responding with silence gives you the power to pause and reflect. The Stoics encouraged assessing criticism objectively, separating useful feedback from unwarranted attacks. For instance, if someone criticizes your work in a heated tone, staying silent allows you to avoid escalating the situation. You can later consider whether the criticism holds value and address it calmly. By choosing silence, you show emotional control and confidence, which often disarms the critic and maintains your composure in challenging situations. 9. When you're tempted to brag. Bragging may bring momentary satisfaction, but often damages your humility and relationships. The Stoics valued letting actions speak louder than words. If you're tempted to boast about an achievement, hold your tongue and let others notice your success naturally. For example, instead of announcing a promotion, quietly excel in your new role and let your work shine. Silence in these moments showcases humility and maturity, earning more respect than words ever could. It reflects the confidence that comes from within, not from external validation. 10. When confronted with rudeness. Rudeness often provokes immediate retaliation, but silence is a powerful counter. The Stoics taught that we cannot control others' behavior, only our reactions. When faced with rudeness, choosing silence disarms the offender and preserves your dignity. For instance, if someone speaks to you disrespectfully in public, responding calmly or not at all shows strength and self-control. Your silence sends a clear message. Their behavior doesn't affect your peace. This response not only diffuses the situation, but also reinforces your emotional resilience, reflecting the wisdom of prioritizing inner calm over unnecessary conflict. 11. When someone asks for secrets. Trust is a cornerstone of strong relationships, and guarding secrets entrusted to you is vital. The Stoics valued integrity and discretion, which silence upholds. For example, if someone asks about a private matter you were told in confidence, holding your tongue shows respect for the trust placed in you. Revealing secrets might bring short-term gratification, but damages your credibility. By staying silent, you demonstrate loyalty and self-control, ensuring that others see you as reliable and honorable. Silence, in this case, becomes a testament to your character and the strength of your principles. 12. When the timing is wrong. Timing is critical when delivering important messages. Speaking at the wrong time can dilute your words or create unnecessary conflict. The Stoics valued patience and understanding, which silence supports. For instance, if a friend is upset, holding your tongue and waiting for them to calm down ensures your message is received more positively. Silence allows you to assess the right moment for impact. By waiting, you show wisdom and respect for the situation, ensuring that your words carry weight when they are most needed. 13. When it's not your business. Stoicism teaches the value of focusing on what you can control, which includes staying out of matters that don't concern you. If a situation doesn't involve you directly, silence is the wisest course of action. For example, if colleagues are debating a sensitive issue unrelated to your role, refraining from input keeps you neutral and focused on your priorities. Engaging in others' business often leads to unnecessary complications. Silence in such moments preserves your peace and demonstrates a clear sense of boundaries, showing others you respect their autonomy. 14. When you're being provoked. Provocation often aims to trigger a reaction, but silence can render such attempts powerless. The Stoics believed that choosing not to be provoked is a form of mastery over oneself. For example, if someone insults you, holding your tongue shows you won't stoop to their level. Your silence denies them control over your emotions and maintains your composure. This calm response not only protects your dignity, but often leaves the provocateur feeling embarrassed. Silence in the face of provocation is a demonstration of strength and restraint, reflecting true self-control. 15. When you're about to complain. Complaints rarely solve problems and often drain energy. The Stoics emphasized gratitude and focusing on what you can control. If you're tempted to complain about a frustrating situation, hold your tongue and channel your energy into finding solutions. For instance, instead of venting about traffic, use the time to listen to an inspiring podcast. Silence allows you to shift from negativity to productivity. Complaints rarely lead to change, but silence can pave the way for thoughtful action, keeping you focused on growth and resilience. 16. When you're unsure of your words. Uncertainty about what to say is a clear sign to stay silent. The Stoics valued speaking only when necessary and meaningful. If you're unsure whether your words will add value, it's better to pause and reflect. For example, in a discussion where emotions run high, silence gives you time to organize your thoughts and choose your words wisely. By holding your tongue, you avoid speaking rashly and ensure your eventual contribution is measured and impactful. Silence in these moments showcases thoughtfulness and discipline, qualities that inspire trust and respect. 17. When you need to reflect. Reflection requires stillness, and silence is the foundation of deep thinking. Before making important decisions, the Stoics advise taking time to contemplate your values and desired outcomes. For instance, when faced with a career decision, refraining from discussing it prematurely allows you to process your thoughts privately. Silence creates a space where clarity can emerge, free from outside noise or pressure. By choosing reflection over immediate action, you align your choices with your principles, demonstrating wisdom and foresight in all areas of life. 18. When others are grieving. In moments of grief, silence often speaks louder than words. People mourning a loss don't always need advice or explanations. They need presence and understanding. The Stoics valued empathy and recognized the importance of simply being there for others. For example, when a friend is grieving, offering silent support, like sitting beside them or holding their hand, can be more comforting than any words. Silence shows respect for their emotions and provides a safe space for them to process their pain. By holding your tongue, you demonstrate compassion and allow healing to take its natural course. 19. When you're observing someone. Observation requires quiet focus, and silence is essential for understanding others. The Stoics believed in learning from those around us, but this is only possible when we truly pay attention. For instance, in a team meeting, staying silent and observing colleagues' interactions can reveal valuable insights into dynamics and motivations. Silence sharpens your perception, allowing you to pick up on subtle cues that words might otherwise drown out. By observing without speaking, you gain a deeper understanding of situations and people, enhancing your wisdom and decision-making abilities. 20. When words could destroy trust. Trust is fragile, and careless words can shatter it in an instant. The Stoics emphasized integrity and self-control, urging caution in speech. If you're tempted to reveal a secret or speak out of anger, silence is the better choice. For instance, in a disagreement, refraining from saying something hurtful protects the relationship. Similarly, keeping a confidence strengthens your reputation for reliability. Silence in these moments preserves trust and ensures your actions align with your values. By choosing not to speak, you safeguard relationships and demonstrate true respect for others. Silence is a powerful tool that allows you to protect your peace, build trust, and navigate life with wisdom and grace. Mastering when to hold your tongue, as these 20 Stoic-inspired moments show, can transform your relationships and personal growth. Which of these situations resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and self-improvement tips, and share this with someone who could benefit from the power of silence. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Here are the 10 spaces that shape a life of wisdom and purpose, especially for older people. From the sanctuary of a peaceful home to the awe of travel, these places nurture the soul and reflect the art of intentional living. They inspire connection, offer solace, and provide the perspective to navigate life's challenges with grace. Which of these spaces resonates with you? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if you found this video meaningful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who might need this wisdom. Together, let's keep the conversation going. 1. The comfort of a peaceful home. A peaceful home isn't just a luxury, it's a sanctuary. It's the place where chaos finds its boundary and where order reigns supreme. For older people, this isn't merely about having nice furniture or spotless floors. It's about creating an environment that nurtures the soul. Stoicism teaches us that we cannot control the outside world, but we can control how we arrange our immediate surroundings. This principle resonates deeply when you walk into a home that feels like a gentle embrace, a space carefully curated to support a calm and reflective mind. Imagine coming home after a day filled with noise and demands. You step into your home and it greets you like an old friend. Everything is in its place, not because it has to be perfect, but because you've created a space where you can breathe. This isn't indulgence, it's discipline, the kind that Marcus Aurelius practiced when he set his thoughts in order through journaling. Your home becomes a physical manifestation of that effort. The clutter of life is inevitable, but when you commit to order within your four walls, you carve out a small realm of peace amidst the chaos. And in that peace, wisdom has room to grow. 2. A quiet corner for reflection. Every person should have a place where he or she can be alone with his or her thoughts, a quiet corner for reflection. Life is filled with distractions, but without moments of stillness, we lose sight of who we are and what truly matters. The Stoics knew this well. Marcus Aurelius, a man burdened with the weight of an empire, carved out time to reflect each day. If he could manage that, surely we can too. Picture a small sunlit nook in your home, perhaps with a comfortable chair and a journal. This isn't just a physical space, it's a mental sanctuary. Here, you can ask yourself the hard questions. What did I do well today? Where did I fall short? How can I improve tomorrow? It's not about judgment, it's about growth. Reflection helps you navigate life's complexities with grace and purpose. When you regularly pause to reflect, you cultivate resilience. you're less likely to be swept away by the turbulence of emotions or the chaos of the world. Instead, you become anchored in your values, guided by a clear sense of direction. In your quiet corner, you create not only peace, but the foundation for a wiser, more intentional life. 3. Nature's embrace. There's something profoundly healing about nature. The Stoics taught us to align ourselves with it, to see it as both a teacher and a source of solace. Older people often find themselves drawn to natural settings, gardens, forests, or beaches, not just for their beauty, but for the clarity and perspective they offer. Consider the simple act of walking through a forest. The trees stand tall, unwavering in their purpose. They don't complain about the wind or the rain, they simply adapt. As you walk among them, you're reminded that life's challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. This is Stoic wisdom in action. Accept what you cannot change and focus on what you can. Nature also teaches impermanence. The seasons change, flowers bloom and fade, and yet life continues. This can be a comfort as we age, a reminder that while time passes, there is beauty and meaning in every stage. Whether you're tending a garden or simply sitting by a river, nature has a way of quieting the mind and restoring the spirit. It reconnects you to something greater, reminding you of your place in the grand tapestry of existence. 4. A space for meaningful relationships. As we grow older, we begin to value quality over quantity in our relationships. Stoicism emphasizes this as well. It's not about how many people you know, but about the depth and virtue of those connections. Older people often crave spaces where they can nurture these relationships, places to share a meal, a laugh, or a heartfelt conversation. Think about a warm kitchen table, the kind where stories are told and bonds are strengthened. These moments don't happen by accident. They require effort and intention. Seneca once said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." This doesn't mean cutting ties with everyone who challenges you, but rather surrounding yourself with those who inspire you to be better. Meaningful relationships are reciprocal. They require kindness, patience, and a willingness to listen. And when these relationships are nurtured in a thoughtful space, be it a cozy living room or a park bench, they become a source of joy and resilience. Such connections remind us that, even in solitude, we're never truly alone. The love and wisdom we share with others become a legacy that outlives us. 5. Libraries or places of learning. Wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. Older people often find themselves drawn to libraries or other places of learning, not because they lack knowledge, but because they've discovered the joy of continuous growth. This echoes the Stoic belief that education never ends. Epictetus taught that we should always be students, open to new ideas and perspectives. Imagine the quiet hum of a library. He or shelves filled with books hold the insights of generations, waiting to be uncovered. For some, this is a space to revisit old classics. For others, it's a chance to explore new fields. It's not just about acquiring knowledge, it's about feeding the mind and nourishing the soul. Learning also helps us navigate the uncertainties of life. When you immerse yourself in philosophy, history, or science, you gain tools to approach challenges with wisdom and calm. A person who commits to learning not only enriches his or her own life, but also sets an example for those around his or her. He or she shows that it's never too late to grow, adapt, and find meaning in the pursuit of knowledge. 6. A nurturing sanctuary for the body. Our bodies are vessels through which we experience the world, and as we age, nurturing them becomes not just a necessity, but a mindful practice. Older people often gravitate to spaces like yoga studios, gyms, or even quiet rooms for stretching and meditation. The Stoics, though often associated with the mind, understood the importance of caring for the body as well. After all, physical health supports mental clarity and resilience. Think about how a simple yoga session can shift your entire mood. The act of stretching and breathing not only strengthens the body, but also calms the mind. Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized the importance of discipline in daily habits, including how we treat our physical selves. This isn't about vanity, it's about maintaining strength and energy to engage with life fully. Creating a sanctuary for your body doesn't require luxury. It can be as simple as a small mat in your home or a favorite walking path. What matters is the intention behind it. Caring for your body is an act of gratitude. It's a recognition of the gift it is and a commitment to keep it well tuned for the challenges and joys of life. 7. A sacred place of legacy. As the years pass, many people begin to reflect on their legacy, what they will leave behind for those they love and the world they've touched. Stoicism reminds us that true immortality lies in the impact of our actions and the lives we've influenced. Cemeteries, family homes, or even gardens planted for future generations become sacred places for older people, where they connect with the idea of permanence through legacy. Imagine standing in a garden you've nurtured for years. Each flower, tree, and blade of grass represents the care and patience you've poured into it. This is a metaphor for the relationships, values, and lessons you've cultivated over your life. The Stoics often spoke of planting seeds, both literally and metaphorically, that will grow long after we're gone. Legacy is not about grand gestures. It's about the small, consistent acts of kindness, wisdom, and love that shape the lives of others. By nurturing these spaces, older people create a lasting connection to the world, a reminder that their presence has meaning far beyond the years they walk upon the earth. 8. Places of worship or spiritual reflection. For many older people, spiritual spaces, whether temples, churches, or quiet natural spots, hold profound meaning. These are places where they connect with something greater than themselves, seeking guidance, gratitude, and peace. Stoicism, though not a religion, aligns with this longing for transcendence. It encourages us to recognize our small yet meaningful place in the universe. Picture entering a quiet cathedral or sitting on a mountaintop at dawn. The stillness reminds you of how vast the world is, and yet, within that vastness, you matter. The Stoics believed in the logos, or the rational order of the universe, and that aligning oneself with it brings a sense of harmony. Spiritual spaces offer this alignment, a chance to step outside daily concerns and reflect on life's deeper truths. In these moments, you're reminded of the beauty of surrender. Some things are beyond your control, and that's okay. By frequenting spaces of spiritual reflection, older people ground themselves in gratitude and humility, finding peace in the interconnectedness of all things. 9. Community hubs or social gatherings. Connection is essential, and older people often seek out community hubs, book clubs, senior centres, or local cafes, where they can share their stories and hear the stories of others. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of relationships grounded in virtue and mutual respect. These gatherings become opportunities to practice empathy, kindness, and understanding. Think of a lively book club discussion or a quiet coffee shared with a friend. These moments are not trivial, they're profound. They remind us that we're part of something larger, that our experiences, joys, and struggles are mirrored in others. As Seneca wrote, "One hand wahi or she's the other." Community enriches our lives, offering support and shared wisdom. Older people find immense joy in these spaces, not just as participants, but as contributors. They share their knowledge, mentor others, and listen deeply. By fostering these connections, they build a network of support and love that sustains them and those around them. These hubs become reminders of the Stoic principle that we are all interconnected and have a responsibility to one another. 10. Travel destinations that inspire awe. As life progresses, the yearning to explore doesn't fade. it deepens. Older people often seek travel destinations that inspire awe, whether it's ancient ruins, towering mountains, or bustling cultural hubs. The Stoics valued travel not as an escape, but as a way to expand the mind and deepen one's understanding of the world. Imagine standing before the Colosseum in Rome or watching the sunrise over the Grand Canyon. These moments take your breath away, not because they're extraordinary, but because they remind you of the grandeur of existence. Stoicism teaches us to embrace this sense of awe, recognizing that we're part of a vast, intricate universe. Travel also teaches humility. You encounter different perspectives, cultures, and ways of living, which challenge your assumptions and broaden your empathy. Older people often find these journeys transformative, returning home with a renewed sense of purpose and wonder. By seeking out these places, they embody the Stoic ideal of living fully, engaging with the world, appreciating its beauty, and learning from its diversity.
10 signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist, and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family, or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts, and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, the measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video.